So we're trying a thing. We're on a laptop here. We're streaming the thing. We're gonna try to do the stuff. Chickma. Yeah, I don't think that's quite how this works, you know? Yeah, we're gonna have to do something about that chat there. That's not, no. It's not what we do. Not what we do. You just got reported. Add me on Discord, spam. Bad bot. Bad bot. You don't love my streams. I haven't seen you in here. No, I haven't seen you in here before, ever. Hickman, SKS Hickman 84. You just got blocked. And now deleted. Thank you. And banned. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. So just nobody. Hey, how's it going? How's the stream? Is it reasonable here? I need to be able to pull up Rumble chat on my phone. That's what I should try here. Can you guys all hear me and everything? Is everything good? See if I can just get my chat open. I'm not signed in on my phone, apparently. Let's see what I think this is the account I used to sign in. Nope. That would not have been it. Let's try this. There we go. Try that. I wonder if there's a Rumble app. Is there a Rumble app? So I'm running everything through Rumble. Looks like I'm getting pretty decent upload, download. And for what I'm gonna do, like, it's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna be a big deal. I'm gonna bring this up a little bit, the volume there, because it's just so if the key presses get a little annoying, I'll have to figure out like bring in a microphone or something. But dashboard. I got 3 followers on Rumble. 2 views. Is this the one right now? Is this current? It is current. I actually have... Oh, what? Oh, now I'm hearing myself. It's trippiness. There we go. I muted it. I'm wondering if I will see chat from other sources here. No, not on this one. Not on this chat. Let's go to Rumble Studio. See if I can just pop out my chat. Download Rumble Studio for your phone. Let's do that. Let's do that, peoples. That is what I wanted. We're gonna do this. Open it. Do I want to allow Rumble Studio to send me notifications? I don't know. I still have to check. Oh, did it close my...
Playing Minecraft. I like it cut, G.
Like it cut, G. DJ Courageous! What up? Thank you so much. What's up, man? How's it going? I'm trying to sign into my Rumble Studio. Oh, it just automatically signed me in. It like knew. Those are videos. I'm streaming right now. No active stream? What? No live chats? What? It shows it here. Hey, Catch, what's up? DJ Courageous. Can you guys hear me all right? You guys hear me all right? Audio's good, awesome. Source pass through. How are you, DJ? Okay, so all that's working. There we go. There we go. There's the live chat. It's got all the things. I need to check. I need to check really quick. We're gonna switch to the D&D page scene, which actually it doesn't have. Oh yeah, it does. I think it's this one. I had to restart it. I wonder if I ran out of... Oh, it's changing the song. I'm like, what is going on? Okay, what's going on here with my... I think I need to close some of the other windows. Once I double check that... Okay, there we go. Now I am going to... I want to make sure that my... Okay. It is running. Okay. We got this going on. All right. So I got people on the YouTubes. I got nobody on the Kick yet. Nobody on X because I can't stream to X. Nice. About to do dinner and then prepping for this weekend. Let's go, bro. What do you got going on this weekend? I am posting on the on X. All right. Raid Train Friday night, 1 year affiliate anniversary on Saturday night. Let's go, DJ. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. You've been streaming for a whole year, or is that just the affiliate? That's just the affiliate, right? That's awesome, man. I love to hear that. Love to hear that. There we go. It sounds weird in my head. We're gonna close that. We're gonna close that. I need that. Make sure my dice. Let's go. Okay, we rolled a 13. That's good luck, right? It's good luck. All right. I am going to grab a soda, and we are going to get started. It does seem surreal, though, huh? It's been a whole year. I know. I've got something coming up. I can't remember what mine is. 13 is lucky, man. Like, my armor class is 13, so. Okay. All right. I'm going to grab soda out of the mini fridge. I'm just right over here. Hopefully, you guys can still hear me. Let's do this. We're going to go with the Mountain Dew. We'll do the Diet Pepsi later. All right. You like this overlay? Isn't this awesome? I need to put up my Dr. Forehead thingamabobber. I forgot to do that. Let me, because I was going to have the character sheet. I think I'm going to have it go behind the roll log. So let's do this. Let's do this. Fantasy Forehead. See if we can find him. See if I can find him quick. Yeah, dude. Gemini is kind of. We'll see how it runs, but the last. So on Saturday, I actually lost everything because it like forgot where we were going or something. I don't know. It's weird. It was weird. It started going weird directions, and I wasn't happy about it. Whoa, bro. Okay, forehead. Way too big. Way too big, bro. Notebook LM. Oh, we might make him much smaller. Notebook LM. I have it. Is that AI or is that because Gemini is the Google AI, right? Okay, what did I just do? Oh, I didn't even move the. That is some forehead energy. Come on. Sorry, I'm trying to move this without. There we go. Oh, and see, it goes under the. There we go. Okay, so the only thing I didn't do was put the we're going to do mysterious cinematic underscore. Mysterious. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. So it's basically like a database of the language of the like the chat transcript, right? Is that kind of what you're saying? All right. Well, let's dive in here. Okay. Jump back here. Everything still look good? All right. All right. All right. All right. So we have the roll log. I'm not sure how it's going to look once it goes over Dr. Forehead there, or Fantasy Forehead, but let's jump into it. So I've got my chat over here. It's a powerhouse AI module, but it only pulls from what you give it, unlike Gemini, which pulls from multiple sources. So with Gemini, what I did was I created a gem, and so I gave it the basic rules PDF for 2014, and then at the beginning of this chat, I gave it my character sheet and a PDF for the one-shot module that I want to run. And so I'm hoping that it will like stay fairly close and then let me run through it and kind of keep track of what's going on. But like what happened was the first one, like it starts like giving me stuff and I'm like, okay, I want to change some things. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I want to like be able to go back and be like, okay, I'm going to change this about this gem and like create this D&D Dungeon Master gem in Gemini and then be able to run it and then maybe add multiple other people too into the group, into the thingamabobber. Okay. We're gonna do this in announcements. We'll just add it in here. There we go. I'm actually like a lot earlier in the day than I thought I was going to be, so like we're gonna have a lot of time here to play. I apologize. I'm doing all of this on one monitor, one thing, and like I normally post to a couple of self-promotion channels in discords of the streamers that I hang out with regularly. Now I can't think of this guy's name. The pair. Oh my gosh. Why can't I think of his name? I'm looking right at his avatar. I never get to see him like live streaming anymore. And then there's Catch W. I think he's streaming right now, to be honest. And then there's the Ramen Bowl Discord. They are a very inclusive community. They are all about lifting up fellow streamers. I just gotta remember where the... And I think those are like the three that I really post to. There's a couple other ones, but I want to get into playing some D&D here. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Let's get on it. Okay. All right. I might have to like do massive forehead energy because my character sheet's like really tiny. I have my chat on my phone over here, which is at 60%. I might have to like plug in my laptop charger to it. It says unstable. How dare it? Foundational and static, then have Gemini scan that notebook as a source of truth, and then you can have Gemini generate new versions of docs to upload as sources to at the end of each round or campaign. So like Gemini would know, it would like connect to it. Okay, we're gonna close that one. Go to that one. I'm gonna have to try to remember that stuff for later. Like where's my, actually, you know what? I have a notebook. And I just need to remember what I did with my pen. Where's my pen? Where's my pen? Hold on. All right. I got the pen. I got the pen. What's on this page? All right. So notebook LM. to Gemini, and then Gemini back to Notebook LM. After session. Sources. So then I could can I create like a notebook inside of a notebook, kind of like I would do on like OneNote? Did it not listen to me when I... Oh, I didn't go to the playlist. There's only 3 tracks in that playlist. All right. All right, here we go. Okay, so Dr. Forehead was summoned by Tindarius the wizard to help him get Granny's apple pie recipe. Please be my DM and run this one-shot for me. I have included my character sheet for Dr. Forehead the Warlock and the one-shot adventure DM notes. Is there anything else you might need from me to run this session? Okay, and it is not... Okay, we're going to get rid of this one. Hopefully that helps. Actually, you know what? Okay, let's see what happens now. Okay, greetings, Malachi. I am your dungeon master. And I am absolutely thrilled to run Grammy's Country Apple Pie for you and Dr. Forehead. Now, I'm Dr. Forehead. Your character sheet is incredibly detailed, and the adventure notes give us everything we need to dive right in. The only minor detail that might be handy later is a specific form of your Pact of the Chain familiar, but we can establish that whenever you decide to call upon them. Remember, as noted in the adventure guidelines, this module is highly flexible. Combat is completely avoidable through cleverness, diplomacy, or stealth, and pacifist approaches are fully rewarded. Let us set the stage. The air is crisp, but inside the ancient spiraling stone tower of Tindarius the Green, the atmosphere is heavy with the scent of old parchment, metallic tangs of copper alembics, and bubbling arcane reagents. After a somewhat unnerving escort up a long, winding stone staircase by a silent, crimson-skinned imp servant, you find yourself standing in the wizard's personal study. The room is a circular chamber lined entirely with towering oak bookshelves, sagging under the weight of massive leather-bound tomes. Dust motes dance in the amber light cast by several floating candles. A large mahogany desk sits at the center of the room, cluttered with glass pipettes, ticking clockwork trinkets, and ink-stained scraps of notes. Sitting in a plush, high-backed, cozy chair behind the desk is an elderly man. He has long, wispy white hair that cascades over his emerald robes, cloudy, milky eyes, and a prominent hooked nose. He very slowly grips the armrest, pushes himself to his feet, and offers a fragile but warm smile, introducing himself as Tindarius the Green. He lifts a steaming clay teapot and pours a dark, fragrant herbal tea into a cup. Gesturing for you to take comfort, he smacks his lips lightly, a look of profound nostalgia washing over his wizened features. When I was a boy, he says, his voice thin but carrying a rhythmic cadence, I tasted the most wonderful treat in all the material plane. I remember it like it was yesterday. Grammy's country apple pies. The bakery was near my hometown, and you could smell the sweet spices all day and night, no matter where you were in town. Alas, I went away to Wizard College. The place was overrun by goblins, and no one has dared go back in since. I'd like to taste those heavenly pies just once more before I depart for the celestial plane. If I give you a map to the bakery, can you go in and find Grammy's secret recipe for me? He sets the teapot down, his milky eyes fixed in your direction, patiently awaiting for your response. Dr. Forehead says, apple pie. Yes, I love apple pie. Warm apple pie. But it sounds dangerous. What? What kind of... What's the words I'm looking for? What's the words I'm looking for? What kind of reward is there for me when I get back, other than the delicious apple pies that will obviously be baked here? Let's go. Let's see what it comes up with, you know? Oh, wow. It spit it out already. Just a second. I miss you guys already. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. I wanted to see if I just open up. Okay, so it is. Let's go. Wah, wah, wah. Okay, that was for me, just so I could see the thing. I just wanted to see it. All right. Tindarius tilts his head slightly, his milky eyes blinking slowly as a soft raspy chuckle escapes his throat. He leans forward, resting his ink-stained fingers on the edge of the mahogany desk, his posture shifting from fragile to a bit more conspiratorial. Danger is a relative term to a practitioner of the arts, Dr. Forehead, the old wizard says, his thin voice carrying a hint of amusement. But I assure you, I do not expect you to brave a goblin-infested bakery purely out of the goodness of your heart, or for a slice of pastry. Though my personal coffers are not what they once were during my days at the academy, I can offer you 25 bright gold pieces upon the successful return of the complete recipe. He reaches into a deep pocket of his emerald robes and pulls out a folded yellowed piece of parchment, the map, along with a heavy tarnished brass key. He places them carefully on the desk between you, pushing them forward with one finger. Oh, furthermore, Tindarius continues, a faint twinkle appearing in his cloudy eyes, you may keep absolutely anything of value you find within the stone walls of the bakery. Grammy kept a locked cash box at the front counter and a stout safe in the office for the daily earnings. And the goblins certainly haven't the wit to open them. They are also rumored to have a few leftover magical curiosities from her days of reinforcing the baking equipment. I only want the recipe scroll. The rest of the plunder is yours by right of conquest. The imp servant remains perched silently on a nearby bookshelf, its crimson tail twitching lazily as it watches you, waiting to see if you will take the map. The heavy scent of cinnamon and sulfur hangs thick in the air between you and the elderly conjurer. Let's try this. Allow visitors. Dr. Forehead leans forward and picks up the key and the map, and then says, I will do it for that. I look forward to the adventure and look forward to the warm apple pie that you have described. See if it... and then appears as if he is about to stand up and leave the tower. Leave the wizard's presence. Ba-boom! Let's go. Dr. Forehead's hand extends across the polished mahogany, his fingers closing around the cold tarnished brass key and the crisp yellow parchment of the map. As he claims them, Tindarius's wrinkled face relaxes, a deep breath escaping his chest as if a heavy weight has been lifted. Ah, marvelous! The old wizard... Oh, he only murmured. Let me try that again. Ah, marvelous. Bowing his head slightly in gratitude. The future of arcane baking is in capable hands. May the visual of that warm apple pie guide your steps through whatever doughy horrors await you. As Dr. Forehead shifts his weight, sliding his chair back with a dull scrape against the floorboards, he begins to stand. The room around him remains a dense sanctuary of the arcane and the mundane. To his left, towering bookshelves groan under the weight of thick, leather-bound grimoires, their spines cracked and smelling intensely of old paper and dust. To his right, a low hearth flickers with a low green flame, casting long, dancing shadows across the floorboards, and illuminating patches of colorful, intricate rugs that muffle the sound of any movement. The air is thick, warm, and carries that heavy, conflicting aroma of sweet cinnamon and biting sulfur. The small crimson imp on the bookshelf stops twitching his tails, its yellow eyes locked onto Dr. Forehead's movements. Tindarius remains seated behind his desk, hands resting flat on the wood, watching Dr. Forehead rise, but making no move to dismiss him or end the meeting himself, leaving the floor entirely to the adventurer. You are currently standing up from your chair in the wizard's study, holding the key and the map. What would you like to do? I'm thinking Dr. Forehead. Dr. Forehead leaves and begins the journey to the bakery using the map that he has acquired from the wizard. That's so funny. It puts random capital letters in there like I would. The parchment map feels thick and slightly stiff in your hands as you smooth it out, drawn in precise, elegant ink. With neat, flowing script, it lays out the path from Tindarius' sanctum to the bakery. The route snakes out of the wizard's tower, leading down into the winding cobblestone streets of the city's lower ward before turning sharply onto the Copper Way, a bustling narrow thoroughfare lined with overhanging timber buildings. From there, the ink line traces a path past the Weeping Fountain, a distinct public square, before terminating at a small square symbol marked with a tiny sketched loaf of bread near the Eastern Gate district. Looking around the room one last time to orient yourself, you see the heavy oak door to the study stands closed across the colorful rugs. The green fire in the hearth continues to flicker softly, throwing long shadows across the towering bookshelves. Tindarius sits quietly at his desk, his hands resting on the wood, waiting to see if you have any final words or actions before you step out into the hallway. You are standing by the desk with the map and key. How would you like to proceed? Did I not just say I leave? Leaves and begins the journey to the bakery using the map he has acquired from the wizard. Dr. Forehead has no final words for the wizard and opens the door and leaves the wizard's presence. Let's see if that lets me leave. I don't know why it puts random periods in the middle of the sentence. So weird. The heavy oak door swings open with a low, weighted groan, breaking the stifled silence of the study. As Dr. Forehead steps across the threshold, leaving the green hearth fire and the unblinking gaze of the tiny imp behind, the door clicks shut, sealing away the clashing scents of cinnamon and sulfur. You find yourself standing at the top of a narrow, winding stone stairwell that spirals downward into the heart of the tower. The air is considerably cooler, damp, and carries the faint, chalky smell of ancient masonry. Shadows stretch long and thin between the sputtering wall torches that line the descent. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, you push through a stout, iron-banded service door and step out onto the rain-slicked cobblestones of the city's lower ward. The sky overhead is a bruised twilight purple, throwing a dim, hazy illumination over the cramped architecture. The buildings here are tall and claustrophobic, built of dark timber and rough plaster, their upper stories jutting outward so far they nearly block out the sky entirely. Water drips steadily from sagging eaves, splashing into the muddy gutters below. Directly ahead of you, the wet cobblestones glisten under the amber lights of a few scattered street lanterns, marking the entrance to the Copper Way. The narrow thoroughfare stretches eastward, a maze of the overlapping storefronts and shadowed alleys. According to the yellowed parchment paper in your hand, this street will lead you past the Weeping Fountain Square and eventually toward the Eastern Gate district where the bakery lies. The damp wind tugs at the edges of your map as you stand at the mouth of the street. What would you like to do? Um, as I look around at the fancy buildings here in the Copper Way, I see the reason why they call it the Copper Way. There are lots of copper accents along the buildings, the storefronts, and you can even see inside some of the ceiling tiles have sort of a copper molding, which is a little odd. But this is the Copper Way and not the Brass Way. I recognize this as this is where I have my lab, where I study my arcane arts and my magic. But I have everything that I need to start my journey. I have filled my pockets and my inventory is full. My bag is ready and my spell slots are full. My arcane energy is charged fully. So I make my way towards the Weeping Fountain, knowing that I will pass by it and I will give it a nod and maybe even toss a copper or maybe even a silver in for good luck as I pass by the large weeping willow looking fountain. Let's see if it got all that. Holy crap, it did. As I look around at the fancy building, why does it keep putting in these periods at the fancy buildings here in the Copper Way? I see the reason why they call it the Copper Way. There are lots of copper accents along the buildings and the storefronts. And you can even see inside the buildings that some of the ceiling tiles have sort of a copper molding, which is a little odd. But this is the Copper Way and not the Brass Way. I recognize I am familiar with this area. Because this is where my study is. Where I practice magic and strengthen my skills. But I have everything. Oh, you know what? Oh, nobody chatted. It's hard to, like, I don't have any. Like, I can't tell when the ads are playing. I don't like having only this one monitor because, like, I have it up and there's, like, the text, there's the chat and stuff, but then there's, like, nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I can't see when my ads are going to play. Like, we've got 10 minutes here for the ads. So, somebody remind me when there's going to be ads here, and then maybe I'll take a break and we'll do the ads. strengthen my skills, but I have everything that I need to start my journey. I have filled my pockets and my inventory is full. My bag is ready and my spell slots are full. My arcane energy is charged fully, so I make my way towards the weeping fountain, knowing that I will pass by it and I will give it a nod and maybe even toss a copper or even maybe even a silver in for good luck as I pass by. Or maybe even a silver. Toss a copper or silver in for good luck as I pass by. Whoops. As I pass by the weeping willow looking fountain. Boom. All right. Hey, everybody, we are going to take a we're going to take like a I don't know, like a 3-minute break. Let me change how long. Because then it won't monetize. And then when I come back, if there's anybody in here, what I'll do is I'll set up so that we to get rid of the do a discount on gifted subs. I should have done that, but when I come back, I will set that up, and then that way we can do gifted subs here tonight for the next couple hours. So I appreciate you guys for hanging out here. I'm going to take a brief break, and then I'm going to run ads while I do that, and it will keep the pre-rolls from running while we're doing it. I probably missed one earlier, but I appreciate you guys. Please hang out, and we will be right back. All right, we are back, and look at that. Just a second, everybody. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I will make sure to snooze these ads when they come up. Of course, you couldn't call while the ads were playing. That would have been great, you know? But it is what it is. So, are we ready? Are we back at it? I didn't realize I can chat in. We can chat in. I can chat in the Rumble chat, and it will chat to all of them for me. So if I like reply all in here, it will play it, do it to all of them for me, which is really cool. All right, let's see if we can get into some trouble here. Huh? All right. All right. So we went through the copper way. That's where my place is. The wet cobblestones of the copper way slickly reflect the ambient lantern light, but as you look closer, the street's namesake becomes vividly apparent. I'm sorry. I am going to. No. Wait, epidemic sounds. That's good. Do it. Leave it. Vividly apparent, running along the facades of the dark timber buildings are intricate copper gutters and polished filigree brackets. Where are we at? We're at 44%. Let's see what happens when I unplug the laptop and. Oh, it doesn't want to play like that. Do I not have auto rotate? I got that turned on. Alright, we'll put it right there. There we go. Sorry, guys. Okay. Even the structural joints of the heavy bay windows. Okay. Running along the facades of the dark timber buildings are intricate copper gutters and polished filigree brackets that catch the amber glow. Even the structural joints of the heavy bay windows are reinforced with green patinaed copper plating. Through the rain-streaked glass of a closed silversmith shop, the dim interior reveals elaborate copper molding ceiling tiles. Their metallic geometric patterns casting strange geometric shadows across the floorboards. As a practitioner of the arcane, the ambient hum of the city feels familiar here. This thoroughfare has long been the backdrop of your studies, or to your studies, a place where you've spent countless hours refining your spells and channeling your arcane energy. Now, with your spell slots fully charged, your components meticulously organized, and your pack weighted with supplies, you step firmly onto the rain-washed street. The layout of the corridor opens up as you move eastward. The claustrophobic jutting upper stories of the shops gradually recede, giving way to a wide circular plaza built of dark radial paving stones. This is the square of the Weeping Fountain. The fountain itself is a massive central structure carved from a single block of weeping gray marble, sculpted to perfectly mimic the draping, mournful branches of a massive willow tree. Instead of a central spout, the water trickles continuously down the grooved stone leaves, creating a soft rhythmic pattering that sounds remarkably like a low rhythmic sighing. The water collects in a wide circular basin at the base, its surface rippling from the steady downpour and the artificial tears of the stone willow. The bottom of the basin shimmers faintly with the discarded coins of travelers seeking safe passage. Beyond the fountain square, the path splits. To the northeast, the main thoroughfare continues toward the towering shadow of the Eastern Gate district, while a narrower, unlit alley cuts due south between two high stone warehouses. You have arrived at the edge of the Fountains Plaza. The mist from the stone willow dampens the air around you. What would you like to do? I would like to head to Grammy's Bakery, please. Let's get into it, right? The steady rhythm of the rain changes to a deeper, echoing thud as you pivot away from the wide plaza of the Weeping Fountain and step onto a narrow cobblestone lane cutting due south. The high windowless stone walls of two massive warehouses flank the alley, acting like a canyon that channels the wind and forces the downpour into a swirling mist. Okay, that sounds like a... Oh, come on. I just want to catch that Pokemon. Gonna send it to all of them. Am I disconnected from some of them? As you press deeper down the passage, the stark smell... Oh, I was going to change the song. Because this one's kind of creepy. I caught it. As you press deeper down the passage, the stark smell of wet stone and river silt begins to give way to a thick, rich aroma that cuts right through the damp chill. Caramelized sugar, toasted yeast, and the sharp, comforting bite of fresh cinnamon. The alleyway opens up slightly into a small dead-end courtyard trapped between the backs of the stone warehouses. Tucked into the far corner is a low-slung building made of soft, cream-colored mortar and dark oak timbers that seem slightly bowed with age. Warm butter-yellow light spills generously from two multi-paned windows, illuminating a hanging wooden sign that says gently in the draft. That sways gently in the draft. Carved into the wood is a smiling, stylized, flour-dusted face beneath the words Grammy's Bakery. The entrance consists of a heavy, round-topped wooden door with a bright brass handle that gleams despite the gloom. To the left of the door, a small, covered alcove holds a dry wooden bench and a barrel meant for wet umbrellas. Through the glowing window panes, you can see the faint, silhouetted shapes of tiered cooling racks stacked high with fresh loaves, though the glass is too fogged from the internal heat to make out any individuals inside. The muffled sound of a crackling hearth fire echoes faintly through the timber walls. The courtyard is empty, save for the rain. What would you like to do? I would like to approach the bakery door and retrieve the key from my pocket to see if I need to unlock that front door with the key. Let's see what happens here. You step across the slick cobblestones of the small courtyard, leaving the open downpour behind you as you slip into the shallow shelter of the bakery's covered alcove. The drumming of the rain on the roof overhead muffles slightly, replaced by the gentle rhythmic creak whine of the hanging wooden sign swaying in the wind. Up close, the heavy oak door reveals its true heft. The wood is thick and dark, sealed with a coarse varnish to protect it from the damp river air, and its surface is studded with broad, hand-forged iron rivets. The bright brass handle sits just below a sturdy, tarnished iron keyhole that matches the rivets. Through the fogged, multi-paned windows right next to you, the warm orange glow of the hearth fire dances across the empty cooling racks inside, but there is no movement within the shop. Reaching into your pocket, your fingers wrap around the cold, familiar iron of the key you've been carrying. You pull it out, its dark metallic surface catching the amber light spilling through the window glass. What would you like to do next? I test the door to see if it is unlocked. If it is locked, I attempt to use the key to unlock the door. Either way, I open it and walk through the door. Big cheese! Dr. Wet Moisture. What? Dr. Wet Moisture? What? Welcome in, Dr. Wet Moisture. A lot of people don't like the word moist. But it seems that this adventure has become very moist. There's lots of rain. There's lots of rain around me outside. It stormed today. Crazy, right? Welcome in. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with you. We're letting Gemini AI run a one-shot that I pulled off of DM's Guild, Grammy's Apple Pie. So sit back and hang out and listen to the story. Hit the follow button. Check out. I will be posting these lives on. I'm streaming it right now on YouTube, Kick, Rumble, and here on Twitch. So hit ! socials, and it should give you all of them except for the Rumble. The Rumble you might have to search for me a little bit. I think that might be on my flow code. So if you put in ! flow code on any of my platforms, it should pop out. I don't think my bot is set up on flow code or on Rumble, but anyway, you reach out and grasp the brass handle, pressing your thumb down on the latch to test the door. The mechanism depresses with a solid, heavy click, but when you push forward, the door holds firm against the frame, locked tight. Stepping closer into the alcove to shield yourself from the blowing rain, you lift the heavy iron key. You slide it into the tarnished keyhole beneath the handle. The key fits perfectly, the cold iron teeth alignment seamless with the internal tumblers. With a firm twist of your wrist, you turn the key clockwise. A loud, deep mechanical clack echoes from inside the door as the heavy bolt slides back. You turn the brass handle once more and push. The heavy oak door swings inward smoothly on well-oiled iron hinges, revealing the interior of the bakery. The air that hits you is a stark contrast to the storm outside. It is thick, dry, and exceptionally warm, carrying the faint, lingering scent of flour, yeast, and roasted grains. You step over the threshold, your boots transitioning from wet cobblestones to a smooth, dark wooden floor. As you pull the heavy door shut behind you to block out the driving rain, the sudden silence of the shop settles over you, reducing the storm to a low rhythmic drumming against the front glass and roof. The layout of the bakery room is split into two distinct areas by a sturdy L-shaped wooden counter that juts out from the left wall and extends across most of the room, leaving a small swinging gate access on the far right. Where I'm standing, there's the customer area, a rectangular space roughly 15 feet wide and 10 feet deep. To your immediate left, against the front wall, sits a small, round wooden table with two tucked-in chairs. The multi-paned windows look out into the rainy courtyard, casting dim, watery shadows across the floorboards. The counter, made of polished, light-colored pine. On top of it sits a brass handbell, a stack of clean parchment sheets, and an empty wooden cash drawer pulled slightly open. Behind the counter, this area takes up the deeper half of the room. Tall, empty wooden cooling racks line the left and back walls, built to hold dozens of loaves. In the back left corner, a massive stone hearth and brick oven dominate the space. The oven door is shut, but glowing orange embers peek through the grate underneath, radiating intense heat that shimmers in the air. The back door on the far wall to the right, behind the counter and past the cooling racks, a simple, unriveted wooden door stands slightly ajar by a few inches, revealing nothing but absolute darkness in the room beyond. The shop is entirely devoid of life, and no footsteps or voices greet your arrival. The only sounds are the crackle of dying coals in the hearth and the rain outside. What would you like to do? I think... Okay, my character sheet. There we go. I think I am going to ritually cast Find Familiar, and with the Pact of the Chain, I can summon a pseudo dragon, but I'm going to flavor it as a flying lava shark. The lava shark is kind of like a normal shark, except for that it has veins of glowing lava-like veins. And it can fly like a pseudo dragon and has all of the same features as the pseudo dragon. Takes a full hour? Wait a second. Does it really? You know what? I thought it was still a 10-minute. Oh no, Find Familiar is an hour. It's an hour plus 10 minutes. The ritual casting of Find Familiar takes a full hour to perform, requiring you to carefully burn charcoal, incense, and herbs within a brass brazier. As you tend to the small burning components in the dim warmth of the empty bakery, the smoke begins to twist and curl, taking on a brilliant molten orange hue. The smoke condenses, hardening into a smooth, dark, obsidian-like hide. From the ashes, a truly bizarre and mesmerizing creature emerges, hovering effortlessly in the warm air. It is a tiny, sleek shark, but instead of water, it swims through the air as easily as a pseudo-dragon. Cracks of brilliant, glowing magma spiderweb across its belly and flanks, pulsing gently with the rhythm of its breath, and its eyes gleam like polished amber. It lets out a soft, low hiss, a tiny puff of black smoke escaping its toothy maw as it circles your head once before settling down to hover just over your shoulder. Your lava shark is officially summoned. Mechanically, it uses the exact stat block of a pseudo dragon, including its magic resistance, limited telepathy, and scorpion tail sting, which we can flavor as a fury or a jagged tail barb, but visually it is entirely your unique lava-born companion. Because it has a casting time of 1 hour, a full 60 minutes have passed. Outside, the torrential rain continues to lash against the bakery windows, but inside the shop remains completely silent, save for the crackle of the dying coals in the hearth. The dark wooden floor stretching out before you, the L-shaped pine counter, the empty cooling racks, and that slightly ajar back door leading into absolute darkness all remain exactly as you left them. Your new companion hovers nearby, its glowing veins casting faint orange ripples across the dark room. What would you like to do? Can you create a map from the DM notes? And what you have described that I currently see. We ran out of songs. We ran out of songs. Picky peck. Pokey catch. Great ball. Whoops. Let's see what this D&D list is. Oh, what? It's giving me text. Here's a detailed layout of the bakery's main floor as it stands right now, mapped out from your current vantage point near the hearth. Okay. Season Theater of the Mind. Your position. You are standing directly in front of the stone hearth on the south side of the room where you just finished casting your spell, your new lava shark. Companion is hovering right over your shoulder. What in the world? Why? Where's my chat? Big cheese. Okay, so this chat is not... What is going on with this chat? It'd be nice if this chat would keep up, you know? I wish this chat would keep up. I'm telling you, I wish it would keep up. But it's not. So I might just go back and forth on the chat. I might just come back and forth. Situated on the western wall, roughly 15 feet to your left, a heavy brass till sits on the short end of the L. The cooling racks, skeletal iron-framed racks, stand in the center right of the room, about 10 feet directly ahead of you. They are completely bare. Heavy wooden work tables, dusted with old flowers, sit in the back left, roughly 25 feet from you. The back door, roughly 25 feet, or 20 feet straight ahead and slightly to the right of your current position. It is unlatched, resting open about a foot, revealing nothing but absolute darkness. The entire area between these landmarks consists of dark, tightly fitted wooden floorboards that creak faintly under shifting weight. The room is cast in a dim, shifting amber glow from the embers in the hearth and the pulsing magma veins of your familiar. The torrential rain continues to batter the south windows and walls behind you. Can I... I'm going to feed the... I would like to feed the hearth to keep the fire going and keep the bakery warm. And then we'll just... Does it change the interior at all? No, we'll just do this and then... To tend the fire, you'll need to head over to the stone hearth on the south wall. Looking around the immediate vicinity of the hearth, you see a small wooden crate resting against the stones. Inside it are a few split logs of seasoned oak and a bundle of dried pine kindling, though they are starting to feel slightly damp from the heavy moisture in the room. The air here smells heavily of wet ash, rain-soaked wood, and the faint, sulfurous scent of your new companion's magma veins. To successfully stoke these dying embers back into a sustainable blaze with the wood available, it will require a bit of care. Please make a wisdom survival check. You can roll a d20 and add your survival modifier, or if you'd like me to roll for you, just let me know your modifier. Once you give me the roll, we will see how well the fire catches. Survival. What? Dude, I tested it even. What do you mean it hasn't been set up? What? Bro. Dude. Okay. Dude. Oh my word. A 4. A 4, bro. Okay. This, I'm just going to do this. Plug this back in. The dampness of the room proves to be a formidable opponent for your current efforts. As you try to arrange the dried pine kindling, your fingers trace the wood only to find it more waterlogged than it initially appeared. The heavy moisture in the air having already seeped deep into the grain, you strike a spark, but the damp tinder merely sputters, releasing a thick, acrid puff of white smoke that smells strongly of wet ash and scorched pine before dying out completely. The cold, stubborn embers in the hearth remain dark and unresponsive. The heavy, damp air continues to cling to the room, and the faint rhythmic pulse of your companion's magma veins cast a dim, flickering orange glow against the nearby stones, providing the only real warmth in the immediate area. The stone hearth itself sits cold and dark, the crate of unlit logs and damp kindling resting silently beside it. What would you like to do? Do I just try again? I don't think I have anything that would like... Do I have something in... I have a tinderbox. Instead of using the already smoldering embers in the hearth, I will use my tinderbox to try and light the fire. See if it'll let me have another roll. Why did it... Okay, now it's doing it again. Okay. Shifting your focus away from the stubborn dying embers, you unclip your steel-bound tinderbox. Kneeling on the damp flagstones, you carefully scrape together a small pile of fresh, dry tinder from the box's protected inner compartment. Fine, shredded fibers that have remained safe from the room's cloying moisture. With a practiced stroke, you strike the flint against the seal striker. A sharp cascade of bright, white-hot sparks rains down directly onto the nest of dry fibers. One catches, a tiny glowing orange point appears, threading its way through the tinder. You lean in close, shielding the fragile spark with your hand, and blow with a gentle, steady breath. The ember flares brightly, consuming the dry fuel, and catches the edges of the smallest kindling stick. A small, cheerful pocket of flame licks upward, casting dancing shadows across the hearth. The immediate area is now illuminated by a steady, albeit small, flickering firelight. Looking around the space, the layout of the room becomes much clearer. The room is a square subterranean chamber, roughly 20 feet on each side, built from heavy, unmortared blocks of dark schist stone that weep with slow, glistening moisture. The hearth sits dead center against the back wall, its chimney flue rising up into a dark, soot-choked shaft. To the immediate left of the hearth sits the heavy wooden crate, holding the rest of the damp logs. Directly opposite the hearth, 20 feet away, is the only exit, a thick iron-banded oak door, currently shut tight with a heavy sliding bolt fixed to the inside frame. The floor consists of large, uneven stone flags near the center of the room. Several flags have cracked and sunken slightly, forming a shallow depression where a small puddle of stagnant, murky water has collected. Your companion rests just to the right of this puddle, their magma-veined form casting that competing deep orange pulse against the right-hand wall, which is entirely bare save for a couple of empty, rusting orange torch sconces. The small flame in the hearth crackles. Okay. Because I am still in the bakery, and there is a till nearby on the counter, I want to investigate the till. Yeah, I think it's getting away. I think that Gemini has decided that it is not following the plan anymore. So I'm kind of getting a little irritated with that. Like, how does it not like stay on task? Okay, so stop doing that. Okay, we're going to read it, and then we're going to tell it not to roll for me. The small, cheerful pocket of flame licks upward from your newly lit kindling, bringing a sliver of clarity to the space. As you step away from the hearth to investigate the counter, your eyes adjust to the flickering light, revealing that the subterranean room isn't just a generic stone cell. It has the distinct, unmistakable architecture of an old bakery. So it completely forgot what we were doing already. Or it thought I forgot what we were doing already. Which is very, very irritating. As you step away from the hearth to investigate the counters, revealing that it has a distinct, unmistakable architecture of an old bakery. Heavy stone blocks of the walls are stained with ancient soot near the ceiling, and the hearth you just lit is actually the mouth of a massive, deep, brick wood-fired oven built directly into the wall. The heavy wooden crate to its left is stained with old flour dust. The floor flags are worn smooth in a high-traffic semicircle where bake shop workers stood centuries ago. Stepping towards the center of the room, you approach the long, thick stone counter that divides the baking space from what must have been the storefront. Resting right on top of this counter is the till. It is a heavy cast iron cash drawer, thick with a patina of dark rust and green verdigris from the room's persistent dampness. A row of tarnished brass keys protrudes from its face, completely jammed and seized in place by decades of decay. The drawer itself is pulled open just a crack, barely half an inch, revealing a silver and pitch black shadow inside. A faint metallic scrape echoes softly in the quiet room as you brush a layer of wet dust off its iron housing. Your companion's magma veins continue their steady, rhythmic pulse near the center puddle, casting deep orange light across the iron-banded oak door 20 feet away, which remains barred tight from the inside. The till sits before you on the counter, its rusted drawer slightly cracked. What would you like to do? I would like to bust open... I would like to... Okay. First, I would like you as the DM to stop rolling for my ability checks. Second, I would like you to reread the entire conversation and remember where we are and what we are doing, and remember what you've already described to me. And then I would like to investigate this till to see if I can get it open and find out what is inside of this till. Okay, let's see if it's going to apologize to me. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're absolutely correct. I will no longer roll ability checks for you. Whenever an action calls for a check, I will prompt you to roll and provide the appropriate DC or context, and you can roll your own physical dice or digital roller and tell me the results. To investigate the rusted iron till on the stone bakery, please make an intelligence check to closely examine the mechanism and see how it might be opened, or a dexterity, sleight of hand, thieves' tools check if you are immediately attempting to pick or bypass the seized internal tumblers. I'm going to roll an intelligence, an investigation. A 7. Dude, I am really loving this roller. Okay. Let's see what it says here now. The heavy iron till remains stubbornly shut. Your fingers trace the deeply pitted, rusted seams of the lockbox, but the internal tumblers are seized solid by time and moisture. As you apply a bit of pressure, you feel no give in the mechanism, only the gritty scrape of flaking rust shedding onto the stone countertop. Whatever is inside stays securely locked away for the moment, requiring either a defter touch with thieves' tools or a more brute force approach. The air inside this ruined bakery is thick with the scent of damp stone, ancient flour dust, and the sharp twang of oxidized metal. The sunlight cuts through the grimy, cracked front windows in sharp beams, illuminating millions of dancing dust motes and highlighting the stark desolation of the space. You are standing behind a long L-shaped service counter. Carved from solid gray granite, it divides the room in two. The rusted iron till sits on the short end of the L, bolted directly to the stone. To your back is the public floor where patrons once stood. A shattered wooden bench lies splintered near the front door, and a faded, torn tapestry depicting a harvest moon hangs limply on the western wall. Across from you, behind the counter, lies the workspace. A large, overturned wooden kneading table occupies the center of the floor. Its thick legs splintered. Smashing ceramic mixing bowls and rusted whisks are scattered across the floorboards like skeletal remains. Dominating the entire back wall are two massive twin brick ovens. Black soot still stains the stone arches above their gaping dark maws. The iron doors of both ovens hang wide open, revealing dark hollow interiors choked with old ash. In the far corner to the right of the ovens, a heavy wooden door sits slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of pitch-black darkness beyond a faint rhythmic scratching sound occasionally echoes from behind it. The room is dead quiet, save for the soft whistling of the wind through the cracked window panes, and that faint scratching from the corner. The scene is yours. What would you like to do? I would like to... Okay, hold on. We're going to do the... I would like to search for Grammy's office, because I think that's where she might keep the recipe. And I would like to search her office to see if I can find the recipe itself. I don't know why the voice to text does that. It puts random periods in the middle of the stuff. You turn your attention away from the stubborn till and look around the ruined bakery, your eyes locking onto the heavy wooden pantry door in the far corner to the right of the soot-stained brick ovens. It sits slightly ajar, casting a thin sliver of pitch-black darkness onto the splintered floorboards, and that faint rhythmic scratching sound continues to whisper from the shadows beyond. Exploring an unlit subterranean vault or interior room like this pantry creates an environment of total darkness. This means the area is considered heavily obscured, and a creature without a light source or a special sense effectively suffers from the blinded condition when trying to see anything inside it. I don't think that I have dark vision. If I'm stepping past the door to search for Grammy's office in the darkness, please let me know if you are lighting a torch, using a light source, or relying on a racial trait like dark vision, which allows a creature to see in the darkness as if it were dim light, treating the area only as lightly obscured, though you can't discern color. Once you're ready and describe how you approach the door, please make a perception check to investigate the room and peer through the clutter, or an intelligence investigation check if you're actively tossing the room to deduce exactly where a hidden layout or a secret recipe file might be tucked away. I will light a torch and then first peer through the clutter to see what is actually in there. My perception roll is oh my word, what is going on? I don't have physical dice here. Actually, I do. Out in my car. I should go out into my car and get physical dice because this is ridiculous. I mean, I'm not opposed to like failing, but I have literally had a 4, a 5, and a 3. Like, wow. Like, what? Because I don't see anything, I am going to toss the room and dig through things to see. Oh my word. How did they put it? Deduce. To find clues as to where the recipe might be. My investigation roll is a 10 plus 2 for a 12. At least I got a... Here we go. It's 12. Which, horrible. Still horrible. But we're going with it. You strike a match and light your torch, casting a flickering amber glow into the dark pantry. The firelight dances across the cramped space, revealing a room that has been thoroughly upended. The pantry is a narrow rectangular room with a low ceiling. Heavy wooden shelves line both the left and right walls, but many of them have warped or collapsed entirely under the weight of time and neglect. On your left, shattered ceramic jars line heaps, surrounded by the dried, chalky remains of spilled flour and sugar that have turned to dust. On your right, rusted iron hooks hang empty from the ceiling, swaying slightly in the draft. Straight ahead, at the far back of the narrow room, sits a heavy, overturned oak desk, its drawers ripped out and scattered across the floorboards. The floor itself is buried under a thick layer of discarded parchment, ruined ledgers, and broken crates. Your torch illuminates the mess, but your quick initial glance doesn't reveal much through the heavy layer of dust. Because of the low roll, the source of the scratching noise remains hidden amidst the shadows and debris, and nothing immediately stands out to your eyes. Stepping further into the room, you begin to actively toss the space, kicking aside broken crates and digging through the pile of old papers near the overturned desk to find any clues left behind by Grammy. Your thorough search yields a breakthrough. Tucked beneath a stack of water-damaged shipping manifests near the back wall, you uncover a hidden floor compartment where a loose floorboard has been pried away. Inside the small cavity, you find a leather-bound journal with a brass latch. The cover is stamped with a stylized rolling pin, Grammy's personal mark. However, as you pull the journal from the floorboards, the scratching noise suddenly stops. From the deep shadow underneath the overturned oak desk just a few feet away, you hear a low, wet hiss. The room is silent now, save for the cackle of your torch. What would you like to do? I would like to... Now, I have the Warcaster feat, so I can pull a dagger. And I can cast spells. Where is it? Come on. Excuse me. You can use your reaction to make an opportunity attack to cast a spell. I can perform somatic components of spells even when I have weapons or a shield in one or both hands. So... what are my spells? Just in case... Okay. What are my features? Okay. Elemental Adapt. What do I get from that? Why? Oh, spells I cast ignore resistance to fire damage. And I can treat any 1 on a damage die as a 2. Okay. So with I would like to put the journal into my pack and then pull my dagger and tell Frank, my lava shark, to investigate behind the desk. See, it did it again because I paused. It like puts periods in there, but it won't put like commas in. Like random periods. Let's see what Frank finds. I think I'm gonna like using Rumble, to be honest with you. It just goes, why did it do this? You carefully slip Grammy's leather-bound journal into your pack, securing the brass latch. Your eyes stay locked on the dark space beneath the overturned oak desk as the wet, Low hiss echoes through the narrow pantry. Reaching down to your belt, you draw your dagger, the polished metal catching the flickering orange light of your torch. You look down at Frank, your lava shark, and give him the command to investigate the shadows behind the desk. Frank slides forward, shifting his weight as he navigates the cramped floorboards, kicking up a small cloud of flour dust and scattered parchment. He approaches the overturned desk, sniffing the air, his eyes scanning beneath it. Frank's investigation, 14 plus 0. Okay, I want to roll for Frank, too. As Frank gets close, his movement triggers a sudden violent reaction from the shadows. The source of the scratching and hissing reveals itself. 2 giant, oversized centipedes, each easily 2 feet long. The chitinous segmented bodies of a sickly, translucent brown bolt out from beneath the desk. Their numerous legs click furiously against the wood. One of them rears back, its venomous mandibles clicking open as it lunges directly at Frank's snout, while the second one darts out into the open space of the pantry, blocking the path to the door. The overturned desk sits at the very back of the room. Centipede 1 is positioned right there, locked in immediate melee range with Frank. Frank is positioned in the narrow middle aisle of the pantry, standing over the open floor compartment where the journal was. You are standing closer to the entrance of the pantry, holding your torch and your drawn dagger. However, Centipede 2 has scurried into the space right between you and Frank, effectively cutting the room in half and cutting off an easy retreat. The walls to your left and right are still lined with unstable, collapsed shelving and shattered ceramic jars, offering no room to maneuver around them without stepping into difficult terrain. We are entering combat. Please roll initiative for yourself and for Frank. Please don't roll for characters' familiars. Let the character roll for them. Please add this rule to your gem code. My initiative is I actually got it. Now I'm rolling good. Good gravy. 15 plus 2 for a total of 17. Frank's initiative is, and I actually have his sheet. I have his character sheet. He's got a +2 as well. So I'm going to roll the initiative roll again. And he gets a 12. 10 plus 2 for a total of 12. Let's see what it says. See if it can update its own gem. I hope that it can, because I think... Oops. Understood. I've updated my rules going forward. I will never roll for your companions, familiars, or pets. You will control all of their rolls directly. With your initiatives locked in, I will roll for the oversized pests. 13 and a 7. Initiative order. It's me, Centipede 1, Frank, and Centipede 2. The heavy stench of rot and old dust fills your nose as the 2 translucent brown horrors twitch their antennae in the torchlight. It is your turn. You are standing near the entry door with your dagger drawn. Centipede 2 is in the narrow aisle directly in front of you, blocking your path to Frank. Frank is further back by the dug-up floorboard, face to face with Centipede 2 under the desk. What would you like to do? I would like to Eldritch Blast it. Eldritch Blast it, man. I would like to shoot lava bursts at the centipede closest to me. I'm flavoring my Eldritch Blast as lava bursts that come from my hands or my fingers. And because I'm level 5, I have 2 beams. See? And like, okay, like there should have been a period. Are we having fun, guys? Are you guys enjoying listening to the story? And Gemini needs a little work, but go ahead and roll 2 separate ranged spell attacks to see if your beams hit. If they connect, you can roll your damage for each beam as well. 1d10 plus force damage per hit, or whatever your specific modifier is to it if you have Agonizing Blast. Do I not have Agonizing Blast? I don't have Agonizing Blast. We're going to roll 2 separate ranged spell attacks? No, it should be 1. Right? 7 plus 6 for 13. And so, all right. So, first roll. Whoa. First roll is 7 plus 6 for a total of 13. Second roll is 13 plus 6 for a total of 19. First damage first attack damage roll if it hits. So I'm just gonna roll them. Eight fire, or is it force? It's force damage. Second attack damage roll if it hits. Two. Two force. Oh, really? Sure. Hopefully the first one hits as well. Who's having fun here, guys? Down the narrow aisle, illuminating the cramped walls with a harsh, flickering orange glow, the first blast flies wide, slamming into the wall beside the creature and showering the corridor with sparks. However, the second beam finds its mark, slamming directly into the centipede's chitinous armor with a concussive crack. The beast screeches, its many legs thrashing violently against the floor as the force of the impact rattles its frame. The first one was a miss, the second one was a hit, and it only did 2 damage. Centipede 2 is hurt, but still very much a threat. Standing right in front of you, the narrow aisle is choked with the smell of scorched stone and the creature's acrid, singed shell behind it. The rest of the corridor remains cast in shifting shadows, and your view of Frank is still completely blocked by the massive insect's bulk. It's still your turn. What would you like to do next? With my bonus action, I would like to summon my Tentacles of the Deep, but I am going to flavor the Tentacles of the Deep as a lava shark swimming in the ground instead of tentacles. And the damage is going to be fire damage instead of cold damage. But it will still reduce speed by 10 feet on a hit. See, it did it again with the period. Then the Tentacle of the Deep will attack the centipede nearest to Frank. That attack roll is going to be 11 plus 6 for a total of 17. The damage is going to be 5 plus 3. 5 plus 3 for a total of 8 fire damage. And its speed is reduced by 10 feet. Should we try to find one that's a song that's a battle song? Now that we're in battle. You know, I find it kind of odd that like this laptop has an AI core and it like is taking forever to do AI stuff. So I'm not kind of certain how the AI thing works, to be honest with you. It like didn't want to do anything here. Dark fantasy fight. We're gonna add a few here. Oh, I like that. Okay, now we'll go back to... Let's just open the playlist that I created. A fin of jagged, cooled magma breaks through the stone floor of the aisle as a spectral molten shark swims through the very earth. Heat shimmering off its obsidian hide, it surges forward, diving beneath the floorboards and breaching directly under Centipede 1, snapping its blazing jaws shut on the creature's segmented underbelly. Smoldering ash blasts into the air as the beast is scorched by the intense heat and dragging lava. Its rapid movements visibly slowing as its legs singe against the floor. As requested by the rules laid out, all of the mechanical rolls and results for this round of combat are tracked below. Hit, fire damage, and speed reduced. The smell of burnt chitin fills the cramped walkway. Centipede 2 is still rearing up right in front of you, completely blocking your path down the narrow aisle, while your lava shark has successfully pinned down and scorched Centipede 1 further back near Frank. Your action and bonus action for the turn are complete. Do you want to use any remaining movement, or does that conclude your turn? That concludes my turn. Hold on, guys. I'm doing something really quick here. It just changed the initiative order again. Dude, why did we do that? Does it not have a memory? Like, how long is the memory? Is it on my machine? Is it like... Okay. With a sickening click-clack screech, the giant insects react to the sudden burning ambush. Centipede 1, trapped in the scalding grasp of your spectral shark, twists its head around with blind ferocity, mandibles dripping with mild venom, snap violently at the obsidian hound holding it down, trying to puncture the elemental armor. Meanwhile, right in front of you, Centipede 2 rears back, its dozens of legs whip the air before it lunges forward along the narrow aisle, aiming to drive its piercing mandibles straight into your armor. Centipede 1 versus Lava Shark. It's a hit. Piercing damage. Okay. So that's 5 on Frank, or on... It's a 12 that misses. Managed to sink its mandibles into the hardened magma hide of your shark, chipping off a shower of sparks and dark stone. Though the elemental beast barely seems to register the physical sting. In the main walkway, Centipede 2 lunges at you, but the cramped walls of the aisle restrict its movement. Its massive jaws slam suddenly, loudly against the stone floor just inches from your boots, leaving a wet smear of acidic saliva on the rock. It recoils, hiss clicking as it readies itself for another strike, completely blocking the path forward. The echoes of the scuffle bounce off its tight stone walls. Frank is up next. Frank, what are you doing? And Frank... I don't think Frank can do anything. Frank flies in the air and surveys the room, taking the dodge action. So that any attack against him has disadvantage. The sun came out. Oh man, it's already 7:30. It's already 7:30. Might have to call her. Might have to call it here soon. Which might be a good idea, because Yeah. Frank beats his wings, lifting off the stone floor and hovering above the tight melee in the narrow aisle. Up in the air, his eyes scan the chamber, taking in the full layout of the cavernous room while keeping his guard up, shifting dynamically to evade any sudden snaps from the subterranean pests. With Frank hovering overhead and dodging, the focus shifts to the final combatant in the order. Centipede 2, having just snapped its jaws on empty air right in front of you, recoils with a furious click of its mandibles, its eyes the immediate target directly in its path on the ground. It rears back once more, its long segmented body rippling as it drives forward to try and puncture your defenses. A 14 actually hits. The giant centipede lunges forward again, but the tight confines of the stone aisle work against it. Its mandibles scrape loudly against the rock wall next to you, sending a small shower of grit and dust over your armor, but failing to find purchase. The air in the chamber remains heavy with the scent of sulfur from your lava shark and the musky, damp odor of the giant insects. So I'm not going to... I kind of want to tell it that breaks my armor class, but at the same time, that creature already took a turn. And now it's taking a second turn because I told it, hey, you screwed up the initiative order. So it is uninjured and aggressive. Still grappled and pinned by your smoldering obsidian lava shark, it has taken 8 damage and its speed is reduced by 10. Hovering in the air above the aisle, actively dodging. So it's me, Centipede 1, Frank, Centipede 2. Okay. I am going to... What's the Hellfire one? Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna cast Hellfire. Or should I just Eldritch Blast it again? I'm going to... I'm gonna cast the Hellfire. No. I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast. I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast at Centipede 2. So I'm going to shoot the bursts of lava, 2 bursts of lava at Centipede 2. Ooh. Mm-hmm. 19 plus 6. Oh my gosh. Okay. I am going to shoot 2 bursts of lava at Centipede 2. Comma, remember this is my Eldritch Blast. And at level 5 I have 2 per cast. See, look at that. attack roll 1 is 19 plus 6 for a total of 25. Attack roll 2 is, because that's how it's doing it. I don't mind that. Oh, what? It was a 2? Oh my word, bro. 2 plus 6 for a total of 8. Damage roll for attack 1 is 2. Wow. Damage roll for attack 2 is 4. Okay, why is this? I have no clue what's going on here. This is irritating. Sorry, my... Oh, what? Just what? Okay, you know what? I don't care. We're gonna put this onto this. And why is it? Okay, refresh. Why? This is so weird, man. My character sheets just like on D&D Beyond is so messed up. What in the world did I do here? No, I can't do that. Hold on. Okay, so that's still okay. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that's irritating. Yeah, so 2 and 4. Oh, and I didn't say that it was force damage, but that's what it is. If it asks, I'll tell it. Where'd it go? There we go. The twin bursts of molten rock erupt from your hands, sizzling through the damp air of the stone aisle as you target the massive insect directly in front of you. The one hits 2 force damage. The first blast of lava slams directly into the thick armored carapace of Centipede 2. The impact cracks its outer shell, scorching the creature and causing it to hiss in agony. As a small hiss of black smoke rises from the wound, the second burst, however, flies wide, splashing harmlessly against the stone wall of the aisle and leaving a glowing, cooling streak of slag on the rock. Centipede 1, behind the injured centipede, the first insect is still firmly pinned beneath the smoldering weight of your obsidian-level lava shark. It lashes out in a desperate frenzy, thrashing its many legs and trying to sink its mandibles into the fury elemental holding it down. Okay. Why did you make a Constitution saving throw for my thing? The centipede manages to clamp its jaws onto one of the lava shark's rocky fins, chipping away its obsidian hide for 5 points of damage. However, the creature's venomous secretion instantly burns away into harmless vapor against the elemental's intense heat, leaving the shark unpoisoned. Frank just maintains the don't. Bro. Up above the fray, Frank continues to beat his wings defensively, using his elevated position to stay just out of reach of the snapping mandibles below. Frank maintains a dodge action. Attacks against Frank continue to have disadvantage. Okay, well, thank you. Centipede 2 misses. Still reeling from the force of my Eldritch Blast, its attack is clumsy. The mandibles snap together a foot short of your position, clicking harmlessly into the empty air. The stone walkway remains a tight bottleneck, choked with the smell of sulfur, burnt chitin, and underground moisture. All right. Okay. Don't decide what my familiar is going to do. Please put that in the rules/code of the gem that we created for this chat. And the tentacles of the deep, aka my lava shark that's swimming around, is not attackable. It has no stat block, and it has no HP to whittle down. It is there until the end of 1 minute, or I summon a new Tentacle of the Deep. Of this gem. Not attackable. It has no stat block, and it has no HP to whittle down. It is there until the end of 1 minute, or or I summon a new tentacle of the deep. Okay, what in the world? Why? So aggravating. D&D Beyond is aggravating me. So is Gemini. All right. I am going to cast Mind Sliver on Centipede 2. It must make an intelligence saving throw of DC 14 or take, what did we say, 2d6? Four psychic. Oops. 4 psychic damage and subtract. Oops. 1d4. I don't know why it thinks it's got to be so wide. Okay, so I have to do it this way. And subtract 3 from its next saving throw. Then, for my bonus action, my lava shark, aka tentacle of the deep, will attack. Where's my, go back. Dude, this is really irritating. Where's my tentacle of the day? D8. Five. Will attack Centipede 2 for 5 fire damage and reduce its speed by 10 feet. Oh, I didn't do the attack roll. Just gotta do a ranged spell attack. So what we'll do, we'll roll this one because it's the same as a spell attack. 15 plus 6. With a roll of 15 plus 6 for a total of 21 on the attack roll. To Centipede 2 for 5 fire damage and reduces speed by. Okay, so we cast Mind Sliver, and then I attacked it. Okay. After this battle, we will call it a night here. Is it supposed to rain here again? Thank you for the corrections. I will update the combat mechanics immediately to reflect your class features accurately. Your Tentacle of the Deep Lava Shark is a spectral feature, meaning it has no HP, cannot be attacked, and remains active for the full 1 minute duration or until you summon a new one. I will also ensure Frank only acts on your direct command moving forward. Let's resolve your turn with those rules firmly in place. With Centipede 2 snapping its jaws inches from your face, you focus your mind and unleash a jarring spike of psychic energy straight into its primitive consciousness before commanding your spectral lava shark to strike. Saving throw, 5 minus 1 equals 4. It fails, it takes psychic damage, and it subtracts 4 from its next. And then it takes 5 fire damage. The giant insect violently recoils, its head twitching and many legs seizing up as the Mind Sliver bypasses its thick carapace, scrambling its alien thoughts. While it is disoriented, the glowing obsidian jaws of your lava shark surge forward through the stone floor, clamps down hard on the creature's flank, searing it for 5 points of fire damage. The intense heat blackens its legs, severely hindering its mobility. Down the aisle, Centipede 1 remains heavily constrained by the heavy spectral presence of your lava shark, which continues to pin it to the stone floor. Thrashing beneath the molten form, it tries once again to clear its path by striking at the only physical target within its reach, you, just behind its companion. Because it is heavily restrained by the feature, its movements are clumsy. 18 with disadvantage. The pinned centipede lunges forward, but between the psychic distraction in the air and the weight of the lava shark holding it back, its mandibles scrape uselessly against the stone floor well short of your boots. Centipede 2, directly in front of you, Centipede 2 shakes off the worst of the psychic shock, though its movements are sluggish from the burns. Driven by pure predatory instinct, it snaps its mandibles directly at you again. It hits. It does 6 piercing damage. It must have rolled a 4. You must make a DC 11 Constitution saving throw against poison. Do I have... That's for concentration from Warcaster. And I have Eldritch Mind. I want to change that feature. I don't know why I would have two of them. So I make a Constitution saving throw. Does it say... The creature finds its mark this time. Its sizzling burnt mandibles clamp around your arm, biting deep through your armor for 6 points of piercing damage as the fangs sink in. A burning pale venom begins to pump into your wound. 17 plus 2 for 9. So it takes 6 damage. 17 plus 2. My Constitution saving throw was 17 plus 2 for a total of 19. So I saved on that one. Trying to make sure that I am actually like looking for a chat. Close that. Maybe that'll save some CPU. But after this... Okay. After this battle, we're going to call it, though, because I got to get some rest. Excellent save. With a total of 19, your hardy constitution easily repels the venom. You can feel the cold poison try to seep into your bloodstream, but your body flares with resilience, neutralizing the toxin before it can do any harm. You only take the 6 piercing damage. My Constitution saving throw, I take 0 poison damage and suffer no adverse effects. So we're still stuck in the bottleneck in this room. The walls are solid damp, forcing a straight line engagement. There is no room to maneuver around or past the creatures without entering their spaces or forcing a way through. Scorched, pungent. The narrow stone aisle remains incredibly cramped, choked with the pungent odor of scorched carapace and sizzling ozone. The second centipede is right in front of me, snapping its mandibles. It is severely burned and twitching from my psychic assault. It has 11 total damage. Its speed is currently reduced by 10 feet, and the Mind Sliver penalty is active, meaning if you force it to make a saving throw on this turn, it must subtract 1d4 from the result. Trapped directly behind Centipede 2, it is still heavily suppressed, pinned to the floor and restrained by your spectral lava shark. Okay, so I need to address that. Swimming fluidly through the solid stone floor beneath the centipedes, completely unfazed by their thrashing. It has no HP, cannot be targeted, and is ready for your bonus action command. Hovering quietly in the damp air just above your head, completely unharmed and awaiting your direct command. Okay, that one's slowed. I am going to Mind Sliver, and then I'm going to do that again, because I thought it was kind of cool. Or I do Hellfire. You create an eruption of smoldering hellfire around a creature you can see within range. The target must succeed on a charisma saving throw or take 1d4 fire damage plus 1d4 necrotic. I'm going to call upon Hellfire. Cast. Hellfire cantrip. From the fire and necrotic. The on centipede 2, it must succeed on a DC 14 charisma saving throw, or take 1d4. So we'll roll this twice. That's 3 fire and 6 necrotic. 3 fire damage and 6 necrotic damage. Right? Is there anything else with that? Or is that it? No, that's it. And then I will have my lava shark, tentacle of the deep, attack centipede 1 with an attack roll of... Oh, dude, what did I do? Was it 1d8? Right? Two. Yay! No, oh, that was the damage. I want the attack roll. Where's my tentacles of the deep? It's a ranged attack. It's a d20 plus 6. I wish I could just go right here. Can I go like this? Oh, it's right here. Nat 20. Let's see what it says. Let's see what it says for Nat 20. Dude, no way! I rolled a Nat 20, bro! Let's go! Let's play! I think it's time for Pepsi. It's time for a Pepsi! Oh, did it freeze? Is it upset with me? Do I need to leave it open? Okay, before we read that, I'm getting me a new soda. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see what it says. Critical hit. Sinister, unholy glow erupts at the end of your fingertips as you unleash the foul magic of the underworld. The flames lash out through the narrow stone aisle, completely enveloping Centipede 2. The creature lets out a horrific high-pitched screech as the black and red hellfire burns through its remaining chitin and rots its underlying flesh. With a final agonizing spasm, its scorched carapace collapses into a heap of smoldering ash right in front of you. The fire and the necrotic. With the immediate threat incinerated, the path directly ahead of you clears up just enough to see Centipede 1 thrashing in the back. Beneath it, the stone floor ripples like liquid rock as your spectral lava shark surges upward. The Fury Apex Predator clamps its phantom jaws onto the remaining giant vermin with devastating force, crushing it against the damp walls. For a natural 20 on your lava shark, we will use the standard 5e rules. Roll all the attacks damage dice twice, and add them together. Then add your modifier if applicable. Because the feature normally deals 1d8 cold damage, you get to roll 2d8 for this attack. Hold on. We're going to roll it with the crit button. 16. The choke point. The narrow stone aisle. So that's 16. Stone aisle is still a tight fit, but the immediate 5-foot space directly in front of you is now clear of living enemies, occupied only by the scattering ashes of the second centipede. Centipede 1 positioned 10 feet away from you down the corridor. It has taken 8 damage previously and is about to take a heavy hit from your critical shark attack. Because of the shark's properties, its speed is also reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn. Currently clamped onto Centipede 1, manifesting as a swirling vortex of spectral magma beneath the creature's segmented legs. Still hovering safely in the air above you, go ahead and roll your 2d8 cold damage for the lava shark's critical hit as we can see how much fight. And I flavor this Tentacles of the Deep as a lava shark, so it's fire damage instead of cold damage. And I rolled 6 plus 7 plus 3 for a total of 16 fire damage. Dude. Let's go. Minnesota 2-0, bottom of the fourth. Let's go. It's still thinking. The spectral maw of the lava shark erupts from the stone floor, not with the chill of the deep sea, but with the white-hot intensity of an active volcano. That is exactly what I wanted. Liquid rock and crackling embers spray against the corridor walls as the phantom predator clamps down on Centipede 1. The searing heat melts right through its thick outer shell. The creature thrashes violently in the tight space, its remaining legs scraping frantically against the stone as the fire cooks it from the inside out. It is severely scorched and smoking heavily, barely clinging to life after that massive eruption of elemental fury. You are standing in a narrow, damp stone aisle that restricts sideways movements. This 5-foot space immediately in front of you clear. Centipede 1 located 10 feet away. Reduced speed. Lava shark transformed into a swirling vortex of molten rock. It remains coiled around Centipede, pinning it in place 10 feet away from you. I just said it didn't. I mean, I guess if you really want to, okay. What would I like to do? It's not my turn anymore. I use my bonus action. It is either the Centipede's turn or Frank's turn. Because that was my action and my bonus action. This is why I was so excited for Campfires and Dragons the other day when he was like, he called forth the tentacles of the deep, and I'm like, dude, he's doing the Fathomless Warlock. The Lord of the Whales is this patron. I'm like, dude, yeah! I'm like, oh man. Constitution saving throw? What? Okay. I don't know what it is doing. I don't. Sometimes it's weird, but I'm gonna let it go. Desperation drives the charred behemoth. Shaking off the worst of the clinging magma, Centipede 1 clicks its mandibles in a blind frenzy. It lunges through the smoke, trying to snap at you from 10 feet away, using its natural reach. However, the heavy slag weighing down its carapace makes the strike sluggish. Its massive jaws slam harmlessly against the stone floor, well short of you, sending up a shower of sparks but finding no flesh. Frank, hovering safely above the heat, awaits your command. Because he is your familiar, he acts on his own initiative but follows your instructions. In combat, he can't attack, but he can take other actions. Okay, so now it's telling me what's going on again. Frank is ready. Okay. Frank will continue to investigate the room for valuables while I handle this centipede. Whoa, centipede. There we go. I cast. I shoot liquid hot magma at the centipede that is left. Eldritch Blast. First attack roll is nat 1. Second attack roll is 18 plus 6 equals 24. Damage on second roll is 8. 8 force damage. Why don't I get a plus on these? On the Eldritch Blast and the End Leech. Does it not... Is it just not adding them? Oh no, I don't get it on any of these. Yeah, it doesn't say I get that. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. All right. On the second attack is 8 force damage. Assuming that the first attack misses. Liquid hot magma! Critical failure. That's a miss. That's a hit. 8 damage to the centipede. Directing Frank to keep his eyes peeled, the flying monkey veers away. What the flip, dude? It's not a monkey! What? It's not a monkey, bro! Veers away from the immediate heat of the fray, wings beating quietly as he begins meticulously scanning the corners of the chamber, turning over loose debris and peering into shadowy crevices for anything of value. With your hands free to focus entirely on the threat in front of you, you channel the churning depths of your patron. Pointing your focus at the remaining massive insect, you unleash 2 parallel streams of liquid hot magma. The first blast flies wide, overcorrecting as the centipede recoils from its own mistbite. The molten rock splashes harmlessly against the far stone wall, hissing violently as it drips down the masonry. But you correct your aim instantly with the second beam. The searing torrent of eldritch magma strikes the centipede dead on, tearing through its damaged outer shell with a definitive crunch of force and fire. The creature lets out a sickening high-pitched screech as the impact shatters its front segments. So, okay, first of all, okay, let's use the microphone. First of all, Frank is not a flying monkey, period. Frank is a lava shark that can fly. It is Dr. Forehead's flavor of a pseudo-dragon. Period. And Frank is my familiar via Pact of the Chain. Right? Pact of the Chain, is that what it is? Yeah, Pact of the Chain. I will use my Tentacle of the Deep. Bonus action attack. Lava Shark. The stone. Lava Shark instead of tentacles. The attack roll is (13 plus 6) for 19. Damage on the roll, or damage on the attack, is (3 plus 3) equals 6 fire damage. And the creature is slowed by 10 feet. At least it's waiting for me to tell it that my turn is over. I was having issues with that before. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't give you guys the opportunity to gift subs for cheap. I'm so sorry. There was a hit. It did damage. Its speed is reduced. My apologies for the species mix-up. Frank, your magnificent flying lava shark and trusted Pact of the Chain familiar, continues his methodical search along the far perimeter of the wood room, completely ignoring the dying insect to focus on sniffing out shiny treasures among the rubble. Meanwhile, right in the thick of the fray, you mentally command the secondary manifestation of your patron's power, the spectral molten form of another lava shark, bursting from the floorboards. The lava boards. The Fury Phantom lunges forward, jaws snapping shut tightly around the midsection of the wounded centipede. Searing heat washes over the creature as the bite connects, leaving blackened, smoldering marks across its legs. The intense thermal energy saps the last of its skittering agility, visibly slowing its movements as it struggles to drag its weight across the stone. Dude, this one's a beast. I'm standing at the absolute mouth of the 5-foot wide stone aisle, directly at your feet. In the immediate lie the smoking ash-strewn remains of the first defeated centipede. The other centipede, positioned 10 feet directly down the narrow corridor from you. It is clinging to life by a thread, heavily scorched, leaking dark fluids, and its movement is significantly hindered by the supernatural heat. The combat lava shark manifested directly adjacent to the centipede, snapping and hovering in place. Frank, currently 20 feet away from the immediate combat zone, entirely occupied with turning over loose masonry and debris along the room's outer walls in search of loot. The 5-foot wide stone aisle cuts straight through the chamber ahead of you, disappearing into the unlit darkness where your dark vision fades out. I don't have dark vision. The air remains thick with the oppressive stench of burnt chitin, sulfur, and cooked insect fluid. Your turn is complete. How do I wish to proceed? So it's my turn again? I want Frank to continue to search for loot. He can even search in other rooms. Using his flight speed, which is 60 feet. Let's go. Is there anybody watching? Like, can you guys like put something in the chat so I know that so I can like see chat move a little bit? I know I appreciate you guys hanging out and watching. I'm worried that my chat is not like showing and that I'm not seeing you guys chatting and you guys are chatting and I'm not seeing it, and that worries me and it upsets me that I can't interact with you guys. So it rolled again for Frank, even though it should let me roll. I want to roll. I told you to let me roll. Please adjust the Dungeon Master 2014 custom gem to specify that you should not roll for character. For characters, character or character entities. Why is it a -1? Has intelligence at 10, meaning its ability modifier is, is 0, not -1. Utilizing his 60-foot flight speed, Frank abandons the outer walls of this room and swoops aggressively down the unlit stone aisle, passing right over the combat zone. Flapping his fury wings, he disappears into the darkness ahead, past your dark vision range. A moment later, you hear a loud clatter smash from a neighboring chamber. Through your telepathic bond, you sense Frank's absolute glee. In a small adjoined storeroom 50 feet down the corridor, he has knocked over a rotting wooden crate. Amidst the splinters, his fury aura illuminates a small and heavy iron lockbox buried under decades of dust. You're still standing firm at the absolute mouth of the 5-foot wide stone aisle. The ash from the first dead centipede smolders at your feet. The other one, its movement remains heavily reduced by your patron's frosty molten grip, still hovering in the air directly adjacent to the centipede, jaws snapping in anticipation of your next command. The environment, the narrow corridor, stretches out ahead of you into the gloom. Frank has located a lockbox in the next room, but he is currently occupied guarding it, digging at it. Back in the corridor right in front of you, the slowed, heavily damaged centipede 1 is still upright. What would you like to do? I would like to... let's see. Should I mind sliver it again? Should I mind sliver this one? I'm gonna mind sliver this one. I can't get a nat 20 on this though. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast it and then. Yeah. I am going to shoot liquid hot magma at the centipede. First Eldritch. Oh my word, come on. Learn how to type, dude. Eldritch Blast. Attack roll. Uh, 9 plus 6 for 15 is 9 plus 6, 15. Second Eldritch Blast attack roll is 2 plus 6. 2 plus 6 equals 8. That's a miss. Damage for first Eldritch Blast is 6 force damage. Damage for second Eldritch Blast is 1. If the centipede is still alive, then the what did he say? The combat lava shark tentacle. Whoops. Of the deep will attack it. Oh, you didn't, dude? Oh, bro. I'm sorry, man. I was trying to test some things, so some of the settings might be messed up, and that might be why you didn't get one. I know Ketch was in here earlier. And he got the first one, and I was trying to do the bandwidth test, so I don't know. There's all sorts of weird stuff going on with my stream, but we're about to kill this centipede. I've got my I was just talking about it too. When Doc's doing his Fathomless thing, I am a party of one. But I have Frank, who is my familiar. He's my Pact of the Chain familiar. Dr. Forehead is a warlock. He's a Fathomless warlock. So when Doc said that on Sunday and he brought out the tentacles, I was like, dude, I was like psyched, man. That was awesome. That was so cool. Bro. But my tentacle of the deep, instead of tentacles, it's a shark. It's a lava shark that can kind of go through the ground and stuff, and has like these, and then instead of cold damage, it does fire damage. And then my Pact of the Chain familiar is a pseudo dragon, but I flavored it as a lava shark. So yeah, I did not expect him to go warlock, and then he's like, my patron is a Lord of the Whales. I'm like, dude, the Lord of the Whales, no way, bro. That was awesome. Bro. I got my attack roll. I'm doing everything on like the same monitor, so it's crazy, bro. I kind of like it a little bit, but I need a heavy duty laptop for this. I really do. Oh, this is a bonus action. It's 10, and that the Tentacle of the Deep has 10-foot reach, bro, and it can move. On the bonus action, you can move it 30 feet, then attack, and you can attack on the bonus action that you summon it as well. And that's a 7 plus 6 for 13. Just a second. Damage is... Oh, I don't want that. There we go. 6 plus 3 for 9. 6 plus 3 equals 9. And then I'm going to do this. I kind of like... It's kind of... Like, there's some things... Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm really liking Warlock. Like, I want to play this. I need a campaign to play, bro. I want to play Dr. Forehead for sure. Like, he's gonna be somebody that I like play. Yeah, got it. I have noted the adjustments to the system. I will never roll dice for your character or your character entities like Frank, and I have corrected Frank's intelligence modifier to the standard 10. Here's how your actions resolved. So I don't remember how I built it. Like, let me see if I did not add background. I don't think I picked a patron yet. I'll have to find where I created this Warlock. Here's how your actions resolve against the wounded giant centipede. A cold lightning damage. I keep telling it I want fire damage, and it doesn't want to listen to me. It's like, no, that's not the rules. First one was a hit, 6 force damage. Second one was a miss, obviously. And then I said if. So it must have still been up. It did 9, whatever. The demise. Your first beam of crackling liquid magma energy strikes the chitinous horror dead center, blasting away pieces of its scorched armor. The creature is left barely twitching, but before it can even attempt to scuttle backwards, you're hovering. Yeah, dude. This one is... DJ Courageous was in here earlier, and he suggested that I use Notebook LM, put my sources and stuff in there, and then Gemini can read from the Notebook LM, the notebook that I create there, with my sources and my notes and everything, and then Gemini can write back to Notebook LM. Probably going to have to be like every, I don't know, four exchanges, conversation exchanges. So maybe it might be better. I'm going to have to look into it. Yeah, dude, DJ Courageous, I was like, oh, dude, that makes sense. Like, somewhere to, like, swap the stuff, you know what I mean? Manifestation of your patron rips through the monster. I think it might be, like, there's got to be something that is, like, magma or like lava or volcano or something like that. I'll have to do some thinking about it, and maybe I just make a patron up, like the Lord of Volcanoes, or the like a volcano monster or something like that. Your hovering ethereal lava shark snaps its jaws shut. The manifestation of your patron rips through. Right. I'm gonna have to. I gotta finish up this and get off of here. I told my wife I'd be done like around 8. And it's almost 9 o'clock, and I gotta sleep. The manifestation of your patron rips through the monster, freezing and shattering the remaining segmented husk. The centipede collapses into a lifeless, smoldering heap of ash and chitin 10 feet down the aisle. You stand unharmed at the very entrance of the 5-foot-wide stone corridor. The air here is thick with the acrid stench of burnt bug, shell, and sulfur. I'm going to skip these ones. The immediate 10... Sometimes it keeps giving me the layout, and I think that's what I think that I did that to that gem. Down the path is Frank, my familiar. You can see a faint flickering orange radiance bouncing off the far walls of that room. The light from Frank's fury form, the distant scratch of his talons on metal echoes down the hall as he stands over the heavy iron lockbox uncovered. The immediate combat threat is resolved, and the corridor directly in front of you is quiet. What would you like to do? I am going to catch up to Frank with my torch and see what he has found. Can you make me a notebook, LM notebook, and put all the notes from today's session into it? Let's see what it says. I don't have integration with external apps. However, I can absolutely compile a perfectly formatted, comprehensive set of session notes right here for you. Once we wrap up or hit a good stopping point, just let me know and I will organize everything, combat tracking, descriptions, and discoveries into a clean, structured summary that you can easily copy and paste straight into Notebook LM yourself. Okay, so maybe... I wonder if that's because I don't have the paid version. I step over the sizzling, smoking remnants of the centipedes. Your torchlight flickers against the damp stone walls, the narrow 5-foot-wide hallway. And the rooms change and stuff during the battle. It was a like a pantry room that we were searching, and then all of a sudden it was a hallway. And yeah, it like continuously shrunk. Is entirely featureless, just uniform ancient masonry blocks, slick with subterranean moisture. Yeah, all of a sudden my bakery changed. I was like, dude, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure something out. I wonder if I have to pay or something to get better. I don't know. The air, okay. Yeah, no, right. You almost have to. The tight corridor abruptly opens into a rectangular room roughly 20 feet wide and 15 feet deep. I think I put in the gem to describe the environment and let me, like, here's what I want to do in the environment. So this is why it's giving me these bullet points. The ceiling here lofts a bit higher, hidden in the shadows above about 12 feet up. The air in this room is stale, thick with the smell of old iron, dust, and rust. Rows of rotted, collapsed wooden shelving line the left and right walls. Their contents long since crumbled into unidentifiable heaps of debris on the floor. Yeah, dude, it's kind of neat. I can change that gem too, and then the thing is I'm not sure if I have to restart or what, or if it like updates. So Frank's position in the center of the room stands Frank, his small elemental form radiating a steady, hot orange glow that casts long, dancing shadows across the chamber. Directly in front of his talons sits a heavy, iron-banded wooden chest. The wood is dark and waterlogged oak that has somehow resisted completely rotting away. A massive rusted iron padlock secures the latch on the front. Frank looks up at you as you enter, his fiery eyes reflecting off the ancient metal of the lockbox. You are now standing at the threshold of the storeroom. Nice catch, bro. That was a nice... Oh, it's a wheezing! I didn't realize it was a wheezing. I'm going to tell him this is a good stopping point. Should we open it? I am going to use the key to open the lockbox. Oh, nice, dude. Nice. You turn the key with a stiff... Oh, you kneel by the chest next to Frank, pull out the key you found, and insert it into the heavy rusted padlock. So I didn't find the key. I was given it by the wizard. Right? Yeah, it's a mimic. No, I can't go into another battle right now. I gotta go. You turn the key with a stiff grinding clank. The ancient tumblers inside the lock finally give way. The heavy iron padlock pops open. I don't need... The matching key unlocks the chest. The heavy iron padlock now hangs open from the latch. Okay, we already read all that. It smells strongly of old parchment and metallic copper. Frank shifts his fury weight from foot to foot, leaning his glowing head closer to the chest. The heat from his elemental form caused the moisture on the outside of the damp wood to hiss and steam slightly. The rest of the rectangular storeroom remains dead silent, torchlight casting long dancing shadows against the collapsed wooden shelves lining the walls. The lock is off, and the chest is ready to be opened. Open the chest and see what is inside. Try to tell my wife she needs to create a Twitch account and watch. I mean, she's probably just sitting there shopping or something. You slowly lift the damp oak lid. Yeah, I tried to get her to do that too. I tried to get her into like Lorcana, and she's like, I was gonna get. There's a $30 box set where it's like a 2-deck thing, 2-deck starter, like 30 card decks. She wouldn't even do that. I'm like, it's all Disney stuff. I'm like, you could just, collect the cards. I mean, like, jeez Louise. The rusted iron bands groan loudly, protesting the movement as the chest is finally open. Inside, protected from the damp dungeon air by a thick, oiled leather lining, lies a collection of items that haven't seen the light of day in decades. The ledger, resting right on top, is a large leather-bound book. Its edges are slightly frayed, and the cover is stamped with a faded silver crest depicting a stylized anvil. Beneath the book sits 3 heavy burlap sacks tied tightly with hemp rope. One of the bags has a small tear near the knot, revealing the dull green-tinted glint of old copper coins packed tightly inside. Tucked into the back corner of the chest is a long, narrow object wrapped completely in layers of dark waxed canvas. It's roughly 2 feet long and holds a rigid, linear shape. As the lid tilts back, a sharp, bitter scent of dried herbs and old tallow wafts out, masking the room's usual smell of rot. The interior of the chest seems dry, but a thin layer of fine gray dust settles over everything as the air shifts. Frank leans over your shoulder, his fury form casting a bright, dancing orange glow directly into the chest, the heat radiating from his chest makes the leather binding of the ledger emit a faint, smoky aroma. He lets out a low whistle, the sound like a rushing wind through a chimney. Well now, that ain't just old clothes, is it? What would I like to do? I check to see if the ledger has Grammy's recipe in it. And then I open the pouches to see what's inside them. And then I unwrap the bundle to see what that is as well. I'm trying to wrap this up. I'm like, tell me what they are, so I can add them into my thing and call my wife, tell her and say, hey, I love you. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I need to get off air. Systematically examine the chest contents. First, you pick up the heavy leather-bound book. Flipping past the silver anvil crest on the cover, you fan through the parchment papers. The paper is thick and yellowed, filled with the neat rows of numbers, names, and inventory lists detailing old shipments of iron and coal. You carefully scan the margins and the blank pages at the back, looking for any sign of a handwritten recipe from Grammy. But this book appears strictly reserved for the old business of the forge. The forge? What? There's no culinary or family text hidden within its ledgers. Setting the book aside, you turn your attention to the 3 heavy burlap sacks. You untie the rough hemp rope of the first bag, the one with the small tear, and peer inside. It is completely filled with old oxidized copper coins, heavily tarnished with green patina. Opening the other 2 bags reveals a similar hoard. One is packed to the brim with dull silver coins, and the final heaviest bag contains bright gleaming gold pieces. Lastly, you reach for the long, narrow bundle tucked into the back corner. The dark waxed canvas is stiff, but it unrolls smoothly under your fingers. As the final layer peels away, it reveals a finely crafted short sword. The blade is forged from a dark, polished steel that catches Frank's firelight, and the crossguard is shaped to resemble the outstretched wings of a bird of prey. The grip is tightly wrapped in wire that shows no signs of rust, completely preserved by the oiled wrapping. Okay, and then it lays out the scene. I'm not going to read that again. Okay, so... I put the ledger into my pack, and then I count all the coins and put them into my pack. I would like to know how much is there so I can add it to my character sheet. And then, finally, I try to identify the short sword and see if there's anything magic about it, or if it is a significant historical item that might be worth a lot of money. And then it does this weird thing when I do the voice to text. It adds random periods in places. Let's see. Okay. 7 minutes, and then I'm out of here. I gotta go. Is any of our buddies streaming right now? Is Catch a W still streaming? I know he was streaming earlier. I did not stop the response. What? That was weird. Oh, I must have had it. I had the mouse over the stop button. You carefully lift the leather-bound ledger and slide it securely into your pack. Its worn corners fitting snugly against your gear. Next, you set about the time-consuming task of counting the massive hoard of coins, running your fingers through the cold metal. The rhythmic clanking of copper. Oh, we can maybe jade? Rhythmic clanking of copper, silver, and gold echoes softly off the damp stone walls. After meticulously, holy buckets, sorting through the 3 heavy burlap sacks, you finish your tally. You gather the coins, transferring the weight into your pack, which feels significantly heavier now. So we got 1,200 copper, 800 silver. That's a lot of silver pieces. And 150 gold pieces. Considering he was only going to give me 25. I'm not sure if he gave it to me all right. With the wealth secured, you slide the dark steel short sword from its wax canvas wrapping to inspect it more closely. Holding the hilt, you turn the blade over under the flickering warm glow of Frank's fury form. The dark steel possesses a flawless, almost mirror-like finish that seems completely untarnished by the passage of time or the damp dungeon air. The bird of prey crossguard is perfectly balanced, and as you sweep it through the air, it moves with unnerves the air silence, lacking the usual whistle of a standard blade. No, I'm putting it into my character sheet because it can barely keep track of the story at this point. Until I get that figured out, there's no way I'm going to let it handle my thing. I'm writing it down and putting it in my character sheet, and I have a D&D Beyond character sheet. To determine if the blade possesses historical significance, specialized crafting, or hidden magical properties, you'll need to rely on your character's training and intuition. Please roll an intelligence check to see if you recognize the forge mark or the specific design of the bird of prey hilt, and an intelligence check to detect any latent magical runes or weaver's enchantments woven into the dark steel. Okay. Okay, so that's the layout of the scene. Everybody here knows that. So, what did we say? History check? Oh my gosh, bro. Horrible. And an Arcana check. Right? Oh my gosh, bro. Come on, man. Come on. Dude. This is horrible. I'm gonna cry, bro. $150 gold, 800 silver, and 1,200 copper added. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm not dead, but for fudge sakes, man. Where's my... There it is. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Should give myself inspiration. Bro. Here. Are you sure I don't get advantage on these rolls? Where's that one? A B drill? Let's see what it says. 1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe I just like go into the Dungeon Master's Guide and I pick like some of the rules and stuff and I like feed it in there. You study the flawless, blah blah blah. You rack your brain trying to recall any legendary smiths, ancient kingdoms, or historical battles associated with specific design. Unfortunately, nothing comes to mind. The style of the hilt remains a mystery, and you can't place the forge mark at all. Shifting your focus to look for magic properties, you close your eyes for a moment, attempting to feel for a hum of magical energy or catch the faint glimmer of hidden arcane runes woven into the steel. The blade remains completely quiet and inert to your senses. It feels incredibly well made, balanced, and eerily silent when moved. But its origin and any latent magic it might possess stay hidden from you for now. Regarding your question, meta, rules and advantage. Looking closely at the situation, there isn't an active mechanical reason to grant advantage on these specific rolls. Typically, to get advantage on a lore check like that, you would need a specific character feature, a relevant background trait like being a smith who specializes in dark steel or weapons of the specific era, or an ally taking the help action to actively assist you in studying it. Since Frank is a fury spirit who doesn't possess knowledge of mortal smithing, and you are inspecting it individually without external references, it's a straight roll. All right. This is a good place to stop. Please. Yeah, exactly. Please create. What did it say earlier? Where's the thing for the notebook, LM? Come on. It's very wordy at this point. Please compile a perfectly formatted, comprehensive set of session notes. So that I can put it into Notebook LM to return to the story later. So we can return to the story later. All right. And then we said Jate. I don't know how many ads I missed, and just let it keep playing. But streamer bad. I only had this to deal with, so like I'm switching scenes, I'm doing stuff. Yeah, we'll do Jade. Because I don't... You said Rico. The Ricoist Rico? Is that who you were saying? Oh, I took it off because of the way I'm streaming. I'll put it back in later, but like I don't have all the stuff on the I don't have all the stuff in here, if that makes sense. Okay, so it did the thing. Yeah, it totally just, like, lost the original campaign thing. Like, all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is an alcove, dimly lit, blah, blah, blah. Atmosphere. Like, it... Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it totally lost... The thing is I'll put back in, here's where we were, here's what we were doing, blah, 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 you know? But now I have it here, so... do this. Oh my gosh. Seriously, bro? Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys. See if I can do all this from my... Okay, now I need to pull up the Twitch app because I don't think... Oh yeah, for sure, man. I want to be able to do this kind of stuff more often. Can I... There's the stream manager. Oh my gosh, dude. Just messed with my head there. Right. Date live. There we go. Right? Yeah. Hey man, I appreciate you coming in when you did. Appreciate the chat. Like I said, I had DJ Courageous in here. I had LT Catch in here earlier. I had some people drop by on YouTube. I'm streaming through Rumble, which streams directly to Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. So I'm streaming all 4 of those right now, and we're just going to figure it out. We're going to stream all the places and see where all of my people are at. And I got Rumble chat in here, so I'm going to do that at home, and we're going to have lots of fun. Thank you guys for hanging out. Remember, Jesus loves you, God bless you, and watch out for lava sharks. We'll see you guys later.